Okay, let's try that now. Can you hear me? uh, I love getting my virtual mixing settings off. I love messing those up. Which means the whole intro, all of it, was just... Oh, God. I was tabbed out at the wrong time. Thanks, thanks, voice meter. Love it. Welcome to the stream, Alex. Good to see you. How are you doing? Hope you enjoy your stay. That really sucks. I was really not liking... It just sucks. I'm gonna stop complaining at the risk of sounding like a broken record. Um. So, let me start from the top, especially because I was muted the entire time. Greetings, everyone. Coinstamp here. I'm gonna have to absolutely butcher, and or post commentate that. I'll have to actually let me mark that down. I need to do that. Luckily, I have a private server set up for just such a thing. I'll add that to my list of things to do for the week. Pretty good. Your old laptop died? Well, oh, that's kind of, that's not exactly good. Sorry to hear that. Hopefully you already have a new one to replace it, but if not, then that really sucks. Okay. Sorry. I'm trying to get the intro done because I screwed it up. So, welcome back to Elden Ring Reforged. This is gonna be fun to talk about. Last time I went over a bunch of patch stuff, as well as showing off the encampment and crafting menu mechanics. Then we proceeded to start exploring Caelid, ending our journey in Jail Cave, picking up the Regalia of Eocade. Actually, I bought one that's pretty fire. Wanted to buy one in January, but I found one at a nice price. Nice. That's good. So I'm glad you've got a new laptop, Alex. I really do appreciate. I really do. Sorry, I am really happy for you. Today, as we've already seen, again, I'm gonna have to sincerely edit out those last about 20 minutes. We will be exploring the Caelid Highway. We did pick up a Starlight Shard, and then we will be exploring Aeonia today. If we get done with that, we will go back through and probably try for the Celia Crystal Tunnel. But let's stay small. Let's stick with Aeonia. How is everyone doing today? I wanted to buy yep, already read that. Oh, that just gave me the anxiety sweats of a lifetime. I really do appreciate. All right, very well. I need a cough drop if I'm gonna continue. Feel my throat already kind of tightening up a little, just due to winter congestion plus long COVID. That's never fun. Okay. But first, we gotta go back and reclaim our runes. I feel like such an idiot. I really do. Hence, one of the reasons why I want a physical mixing board so that doesn't happen. Okay. That is just gonna grab my jimmies and jostle them for a long time. Okay, we got 2 dogs to take out here. I'm gonna try and find them. I know one of them is just kind of like sitting in the wings. waiting to hop out. Also, the giant Miranda flower. I think... No, those are the smaller ones. I'll get you yet. Or I could be too far away. Yep, uh-huh. Oh, you can chain cast this. That's good to know. I didn't think you could chain cast it, but I guess you can. That's gonna... that whole mess is gonna throw me off my game the whole time. Nice. It might actually be easier to just hack at these. Never mind. Never mind. Completely wrong. Do we have any fire bombs? No. And we can't make them either, so we're gonna have to drink up. Back. If having a new laptop really boosts your mood, that's good. Yeah, I'm really glad to hear that. Speaking of mood, and thank you for saying that, I also want to thank you for, you know, calling out the muted mic, especially ones that can run games on Ultra. Yes, I'm glad that you can run that on Ultra. My Omen computer, the one that I'm playing the game on, usually runs things on high or Ultra. It's pretty good. Before the computer, I would have to run things on medium. I would sometimes be able to run games on high, but I know at some point I'll eventually have to drop settings for like newer titles and stuff. But yeah, I okay, we're good. I waited for the frames to stop dropping before I started talking. Yeah, thank you again. Was just in the right place at the right time. You were. Now that you're here, there is some... this is part of the botched 20 minutes I'll have to go back and edit anyway. For... just so that people are aware, this will be the last day of the stream. Not for the new year, or not for 2022, but between the 19th and the 25th of this month, I'll be taking that time off to myself. I have a lot of stuff I gotta get done, and while streaming is fun, it does sap out a lot of the time that I have in order to try and get things like the Discord server up and running. I've been making another Discord server, or finalizing the choice on the mixing board so that I can go ahead and purchase that, or, you know, renovating the office space that I have, and or spending time with my folks. I'm gonna need about a week to do all that comfortably. Also, other personal stuff that I have to get done. So I just kind of need that time to myself. But starting on the 28th will be when I next stream. The time off is between the 19th and the 25th, but the new schedule will take effect after that point. So the next time I'll see you guys is on Wednesday, the 28th, at the normal time, because that's part of adjusting to a new college schedule. I just wanted to get that out of the way since people can actually hear me now. I'm gonna have a good laugh about that eventually. Um, Trying to think of anyone else ever have moments like that where it's like, ah, yes, it took me an hour or 2 hours to realize my mic was muted or something silly like that. The last time I've had a bunch of stream stories where that's happened, but I definitely remember some non-stream stories where this also happened. During my time where I was a big raider in World of Warcraft, when I think it was during the Warlords of Draenor era, I came into a raid and I didn't have my mic turned on the whole time. So thankfully I was kind of a hire and I was able to kind of chat it up instead. Um, Me not having that mic definitely made 1 to 2 hours of that very, very difficult. Someone finally had to ask me the cardinal question, hey, are you sure your mic's on? Um, I, um, Good lord, is there nothing that hits these things? Yeah, the small embedded Miranda flowers that are stuck in the ground are really difficult to hit with anything less than like an area of effect for an attack. But yeah, I could certainly remember some stories where I wish my mic would have been on much earlier. Tech issues or competency issues. I believe today was a competence error. Like I'm normally on point for sorting out audio stuff. I don't normally have issues other than dropped frames. Why is my calendar on the screen? My calendar should not be on the screen. Let's fix that. Um, well, on the recording screen, not actually on the stream. No one saw that, I think. Ah, I'm still a little bit haggard, if I'm being perfectly honest. I was at a tabletop yesterday, and I got back at like 11, and I went to bed around 1. No, I'm sorry, I went to bed at 12. I woke up at like 1. I woke up again at 4 in the morning, took a bath, and then went to sleep again and woke up at like 10. So my sleep has not been great. I sound fine, but I am still a little bit out of it. I also got a little bit of a weird request during the morning. It's really weird. I've never had someone do this before. So I'm part of a couple of modding servers besides Elden Ring Reforged. Uh, is that Miranda flower moving? I think it is. They are moving. Never mind. 1 second. Tabletop. That is a tabletop role-playing game. I shorten it to tabletop, but tabletop games are basically, when I'm talking about them, I mean things like Dungeons and Dragons. I need to make sure I'm slowing down and enunciating my words very carefully. Um, it's a game where you toss dice at one another. Basically, you have these like character sheets. You role play as the character on your character sheet, and you're rolling dice to determine a bunch of different kinds of stuff. Whether it's my character can make something, so I can make a check, and that check requires a certain kind of dice. Or I'm a big burly warrior who makes all kinds of who has all kinds of weapons at his disposal, whether that be a pair of swords or a two-handed mace or something like that. And you roll to make attacks with those or for saves, anything really. It's basically a form of a form of physically gaming with your friends. Though you can do tabletops virtually as well. Um, with my play group, me and 5 other people, we meet up at a group member's house every 2 weeks, and we get together and roll dice. Uh, I'm trying to think. We do use physical dice, but we also use a platform called Roll20. Let me write that down. It is a virtual tabletop assistant. That is what Roll20 is. And we use that for like putting together maps or creating like character tokens or something like that. It's pretty fun if you get the right people. If you get racists or innate like other sorts of ne'er-do-well enablers, it can be, or chaos agents. Oh, I've got some stories about those. Typically, these happen in evil campaigns where, like, typically in these tabletops, the way that you roleplay your characters is you use something called the alignment system. It's split along 2 axes. Law or chaos, good versus evil, and you've got the neutral in between. If someone is evil, depends on what kind of flavor of evil it is. Typically, all the problems come in when someone is wanting to be chaotic evil, which means you're evil for entirely your own reasons. You feel like extorting someone for money or outright threatening them to give you more, you could do that. And you wouldn't have any problems with it. No shift of alignment required. Or if you're the kind of person as a chaotic evil character that absolutely has no problems torching villages to the ground, either for your own pleasure or out of vengeance, which is usually why it happens these days. I'm trying to make sure I'm being coherent. That is pretty much what chaotic evil is. It's sort of archetypes of personality. That is the best way I know to describe it. Where someone who is lawful good always upholds the law, always helps the innocent, protects them, shelters the weak, etc., etc. And then you have chaotic evil on the opposite end. They're archetypal extremes, but that is the alignment system as a whole. It is full of archetypal extremes. It functions off them. The chaos agents that I'm talking about are people who maybe take the chaotic evil part a little too seriously, more on the chaotic part than the evil part, where they'll torch villages just for fun, even though you as the DM have several quests and interesting NPCs set up. Nah, that doesn't matter to the chaos agent. The chaos agent just wants to roll dice and screw up everyone else's good time. Try to think. These squirts emit scarlet rot. I should be using scarlet rot on these. We had a chaos agent relatively early on in my tabletop group that I have now, or my play group, excuse me, and we really had to set the record straight on that chaos agent. Because while murder hoboing, that is the practice of killing everything on sight for experience, and loot drops, such as magical items, potions, wands, scrolls, so on and so forth, murder hoboing quest targets is fine. Murder hoboing hapless NPCs who are sheltering you for the night or offering services to you is probably not a good way. It's not a good way to have a long-lasting campaign. Campaigns are simply the term given to the story or whatever you're playing for. So like during these 2 week periods where I meet with my friends, I DM about half the time. I dungeon master for our group half the time. So I get to come up with the story. I get to help direct the group where they're going to be going, what quests they'll get, what enemies they fight, what treasure they find. I sit down and make all of that. Um, it's just a really fun time. I'm getting carried away with myself, and I could talk about this for hours. I think I've been with my play group for I think about 4 or 5 years now. No, further than that. About 7 to 8 years, and a couple of people have been there for less than that. But yeah, it's just a nice thing I get to do on every other Saturday, which is why I don't stream on Saturdays either, for the record. It's not that I don't want to stream, but I like having that time with my friends. How did I meet? Well, both me and my sibling play. We both play together. And at the time, I had graduated the high school that my sibling was attending. I was a senior that year, and my sibling was a freshman that year. And my sibling had started the playgroup first. We've gone through a number of different campaigns and different people. And we ended up really liking what we were doing. I happened to be allowed back into the school for the function, because it was part of a club function, so I was allowed to be there. I think, yeah, me and my sibling were the only two out of the original group. The rest of my playmates, we found them no. I want to make sure I'm recounting the story correctly. One of them also graduated from the same high school I graduated from a year after me. And then for the other three, we found two of them at a local game shop where they were selling trading cards and the like. They also sold dice. And then the last person we met was a friend of my siblings. That is pretty much how I would describe it. And that friend happened to be the niece of the financial aid clerk that my sibling was seeing for technical college or school-related stuff. So it was kind of a mishmash. We all met each other in a scattered way. Oh, and it took many, many years for the playgroup to become what it is today. We're 6 people, and we're perfectly fine. While I, of course, don't mind if that playgroup expands, I think if I were to ever Dungeon Master for more than 5 people at a time, I would probably need someone else to help with that. Because Dungeons and Dragons or Pathfinder or Starfinder or any of the other tabletops that are out there, you can DM for like 8 or 10 people at a time. The events could get pretty wild. It's always best when, I should say best. The optimal number of people you want to be DMing for at a time is around 4 or 5. But you can DM for as many as 10 people at once. And depending on the DM, I've seen some even do a whole big table of people, like 15 or even 20. Typically, those are what I call single-use campaigns, or the colloquial term for this is a one-shot campaign, where once the session concludes, or the event is over, the campaign resets. Whether you beat it or don't. I am not DMing one of those. I don't want to harp on about specifically what I'm DMing, because that is a whole story and a half, and I do not think people come here. You think you need a lot of imagination to be a dungeon master? Yes, you do. I can sort of, let me just make sure there's nothing around. Doesn't look like it. I can show this off. And this is just a small sampling of what I do in my spare time. Working on it. So, this is all... Let me zoom in so we can see it. This is a custom document, a custom Google document that I've made for custom stuff that we run in the tabletop that we run whenever I'm DMing. And this is 28 pages of mechanics and flavor text and how to execute what's on the how to execute the custom stuff. This particular Google document probably took me... Well, I mean, it's an ongoing, living, breathing document. But it took me... If I were to have done this from start to finish, it probably would have taken me around a full year to fully mint out. And that's just on paper. With my particular group, we use a special software to help sim the character sheets. So normally, in tabletops, you have to, like, print out a sheet and put pen to paper, like, write down a bunch of numbers, like what your ability scores are, or, I want to be very careful here. Ability scores, saves, etc., etc. You write all that down. We use Digital Medium, a software simulator, to do all of that. And for the custom content, the stuff in that document to show up, not only do I have to put it into the simming software, it is a lot of work. I've been at this for about 5 years. I also have to code it. The simming software runs using Python as a base, but it also uses a lot of proprietary pointers and search terms. So on top of just, like, thinking about how it works, I also have to code it so it displays the appropriate numbers. For example, there's a mechanic in there, or a custom ability in there, that says I gain a bonus to my spell save DCs equal to either half my tier or half of my hit dice. And those kinds of bonuses do exist in the simming software, but if you want anything more than copying and pasting, which a lot of my custom mechanics require more than copies and pastes, you actually have to, I do actually have to code it properly into the simming software. The simming software is called Hero Lab, for reference. It's like one of the most popular ones out there. It does take a lot of work to get right, and Hero Lab, especially since it's Python, does frustrate me a lot. Not because Python itself is frustrating, but because the other stuff that it requires is frustrating. As I've said before, it uses Python as a base, but it is not Python itself. It's almost proprietary code, which means if I need to troubleshoot or problem solve anything, if I don't look on specialized forums, I'm not getting any answers. I gotta figure it out on my own. Or, you know, analyze the previous code and try to make some facsimile of it. It's really frustrating, but the payoff is worth it. Because the beaming smiles on my friends' faces when they're like, oh, this just does the math for me. I don't have to go like, okay, the software sim says this. Let me do a few more adjustments. No adjustments required. The software just does it for you. That payoff to me is very, very worth it. I'm probably not the only DM or dungeon master out there who has a playgroup that they code for. After all, Hero Lab does have a little bit of a community behind it, but a lot of the old devs have moved on. They answer like questions on forums, but that's really about it. The tabletop itself is not that complicated. In all honesty, the issue in learning it as like a player basically comes down to how much time you're willing to put in for practice or character building. With my campaign, with my particular group, because we use all this extra software, and me especially, I have to use the software in order to not have to crunch double-digit numbers in less than 10 seconds. It's a lot more complicated on my end. Even when everyone is using the same sim, using the same software, the fact that I have to code it on top of understanding how it works is just the chef's kiss, the cherry on top. But I don't mind doing it. I really don't. It's frustrating and rewarding. And it's worth it for my friends. That's probably the most important part, the biggest takeaway out of all that. I'm willing to do a lot for my friends. And if I have to learn Python to make them happy, or, you know, to make myself, not go insane, I'll do it. I'm not proficient in Python. I'm proficient in a modified version of Python. But I have become somewhat proficient. I don't have to look up as many things anymore. It's been quite the multi-year journey. It really has. One of the things I wanted to do, speaking of just tabletops in general, I know one of the things I wanted to do. What about the other thing, the mod request? Ah, yes. Thank you for reminding me about that. We've spent long enough talking about this. So at 1 a.m. this morning, I get a request. I get someone off of the other modding servers that I'm part of. They gave me a DM and it's like, hey, can you help me? Then the next line pretty much is, a friend and I have been working on like a project, and we would really like it if you would playtest it for us. Of course, this is 1 o'clock. I'm sorry. It is 0100 hours on the United States eastern coast. It's 1 in the morning. I'm groggy. I'm tired AF. I'm not really wanting to do any kind of playtesting for a hack of any kind. But I entertained the query. I'm like, okay, what do you want me to do? We just need you to playtest this for us. It'll, yada yada. And I'm like, well, you could send the files this way, but you're gonna have to wait until I'm awake. And I've had my 8 hours. And they were like, just 2 to 3 minutes. I'm like, well, alright. Let me go splash water on my face. It took me a few minutes to get water splashed on my face. I come back, I tell them, you know, I'm not lucid, but I am coherent. Do I need to download some files? Do you need to send me the files? How does this work? And I didn't get a response back. It was quite literally just, do you have this we have this inquiry. Would you mind helping? Sure, let me wake up first. Sure, let me get some water on my face. Nope. They have moved on to greener pastures. It has been 12 hours, almost 13 hours, since I've received a message from this person. Since I received that request, and nothing. My thing, I'm thinking that this was probably like a student who was trying to get reviews for their last-minute university project, and they really needed someone to play test this. That's the headcanon in my mind. I don't really know. I don't really know what's going on, and I sure hope that they were able to resolve whatever it is they were making a request of me about. I hope they managed to get that sorted out. But man, if I wasn't bushwhacked at 1 this morning. So that's why I kind of sound a little incoherent. Just a little. Only a little. I sound a little bit addled in the head. Like I don't have a good coherent string of thoughts to talk about. And for that, I am really sorry. But that was the story. It was a small story, but it was a story. I then decided afterwards that I really just kind of needed to relax and rewind, and I took my bath then. Yeah, I don't really remember the time period between 1 a.m. this morning, or 0100 hours, and 4 a.m. this morning, or 0400 hours. I really don't. And that's really concerning. Means I might have slept in the tub. And I don't like doing that. I chide my dad for doing that. And if I'm doing that, well, then I'm a hypocrite, aren't I? Yeah, don't sleep in the bathtub, kids. Don't do it. You'll drown. Especially if you have sleep apnea. You could just die in your sleep and not know it. Definitely do not sleep in the bathtub if you can help it. That's a little bit more of a peek behind the curtain. Has anyone else done that before? Just like sleep somewhere other than their bed? They didn't want to. They certainly didn't want to sleep in the bathtub or that place, but you did it anyway? Or you passed out and ended up sleeping there? I've passed out on couches. I've passed out in the bathroom. Well, okay, I want to make not passed out. That implies I fainted. No, I ended up nodding off in these other locations before. Or especially when I didn't know sleeping in a bathtub was a thing. It is. It totally is. That's usually because people take showers in their bathtubs and don't ever use the bath for a bath. You can totally just take long soaks and relax your joints. That is something you can do. I can't blame people for not doing that, though. I mean, you are basically sitting in, like, your own sloughed skin cells. Because the water will loosen up all those layers of skin. It's not like it's sloughing off or anything, but you do shed. I mean, humans shed everywhere, but you get my point. So a lot of my friends get really grossed out at that prospect. Like, ugh, I don't want to be sitting in that. If you need to cure the aches and pains of your joints, then you do. And as long as you're not trying to get clean in the bathtub, that's fine. Don't take a bath to get clean. You're sitting in your own skin cells. Um, you're sitting in your own shedding hair, things like that. Do it because you need to like ease the stiffness of your joints. A good 30 minutes, and I'm pretty much ready to go. I don't always, of course, I take showers. I don't usually take baths, but occasionally you just need some time to just sit, soak, and either vegetate, or in my case, I tend to sort of meditate in the tub if I don't end up nodding off. Let me tilt this down a little more so that I'm not cut off so much on the webcam. Yeah, I tend to sit and stew with my thoughts in the bathtub. There's not a moment where I vegetate. And that, I know that's strange, but I don't know. Vegetating out freaks me out. I don't like having idle thoughts where I'm not thinking about something. For you, showers when you wash your body and bath is when you wash your hair. Remind me, Alex, do you have long hair or short hair? I think we mentioned you had a haircut at some point, but I know that if you have long hair, taking a bath can definitely be um, a much easier method for washing hair. I know when I had shoulder length hair, like just beyond the collar, it was kind of difficult to get everything all scrubbed away nice and clean. And while we're sort of going back and forth about this conversation, Torrent, I need you to cooperate with me. Um, we got a couple of finds we need to talk about. One of them is the very controversial meteorite staff. Long, may cut it. Okay, so bathing to wash your hair makes a moderate amount of sense. And I can't imagine that it... I can't imagine that it takes a short amount of time to actually fully wash it with shampoo and conditioner, or 2-in-1, whichever you prefer. I typically try not to use 2-in-1s anymore. They really sap the natural oils out of your hair. The meteorite staff. It is the controversial staff of vanilla Elden Ring. It's a super good... people will often speed run to Caelid just to grab this staff. It was that good. In Elden Ring Reforged, if people will notice, it's more like, It's a nice staff for gravity sorceries, but it doesn't do anything beyond that. And additionally, in Elden Ring, you can't upgrade the meteor staff normally. Here in Elden Ring Reforged, you can, and it takes somber smithing stones to do it. And it's a nice mid-game staff. It's a nice it's nice. It's okay here. We already have an upgraded staff we're going to keep using, but I may funnel additional sombers into this in New Game Plus or something. I mean, I don't have a bathtub. I only have a shower. Fair. But if I wash my body and hair, consider it a bath. And if I only wash my body, I call it a shower. Ah, okay. That makes some sense. Nah, where I am now, we have 2 bathrooms. One of them has a bathtub, and one of them is the master bath, which has the master bathroom and the actual real bathroom separated. Tubs in the master portion of the master bathroom, and the toilet and stand-in shower are on the other end. It's separated by a sliding door. And that is the shower I'm not allowed to use. It has the better water... That's not true. I have to ask for it. I can't just go in there and use it. That belongs to the parents. But I can use it if I ask for it. It's got... The stand-in shower has the best water pressure ever. Perhaps because it isn't also trying to be a bathtub at the same time, so you can funnel all that pressure right into the shower. The normal guest bathroom I use is a two-in-one. It's got the bathtub with a shower head way up there. I stretched without actually stretching my arms across the camera, so that's an excellent description. I fixed this. Um, yeah, and typically I only consider a bath if I use the normal faucet, and I do not use the shower head. Yeah. Hopefully you will get to experience a real bathtub at some point. I wouldn't say that sitting in a normal bathtub is not necessarily a great experience, but there is something about just sitting in warm water and letting the aches of your muscles just kind of fade out, like fade from existence. There's nothing quite like it. Plus, in the bathtub, you can kind of just it's a private place. It's supposed to be a private place. The guest bathroom has a lock, so I lock it when I'm taking a bath or a shower, and I can take that half hour or even an hour. I've done a full hour in the bath, and I'm just kind of sitting stew to myself. It's about the only time these days where I'm actually, I should say the only time these days, but taking a bath is like one of the few times where I get some serious meditative thinking done. As I don't take electronics in there, normally. And usually when I do, it sits on the counter and I don't even bother using it anyway. What I should probably really do is see about folding monitors in bathrooms. I know sometimes, especially in hotels, I don't know. Hold on, let me formulate my thought here. In some of the nicer hotels in the U.S., the bathrooms have TVs. I don't know why. It's really weird. Some people like to sit and watch the football game or listen to the music channel while taking a bath. It's strange. It's even stranger if you're trying to fiddle with your phone in the bathtub. That's a good recipe to get electrocuted. I really try hard not to do this. Doesn't always work, but I give it my best. And by give it my best, I mean I never take my phone into the tub with me. I never do that. Any laptops, however, I'm usually good about that most of the time. There have been momentary lapses in judgment where I have taken it to the bathroom with me, and it sits on the counter anyway. I've just been doing aimless traveling the whole time. I don't think I've bothered to point out a single thing we were doing. Let me fix that. As soon as I kill these enemies, of course. I think people can tell I have not had my proper amount of sleep today. I mean, I tried it. Wasn't alone. It was kind of crowded. Small bathtub for 2 persons, but it was fine. Can't say that was an experience worth repeating. Probably like a hot tub or something, if I had to make a guess. Oh, no, what I'm talking about is a bath all to yourself. There's nothing quite like that. But that can be a difference of opinion. Some people, especially my friends, really do not like baths. They much prefer showers. Have we spent one, I've not taken a commercial break, and 2, we have spent 20 minutes on this. Granted, it's a fascinating conversation, and I definitely don't mind talking about distinctions between showers and baths. I just think it's worth pointing out that we've talked about this for 15, 20 minutes. It's impressive. It's very impressive. Right. So what I'm going to do is look around for anything, any kinds of threats. I see one over there. Okay. We're going to go over the other find that we meant, the other really important find. Other than the perfume bottles, we'll do that after break. Um, but the other thing we found was Rock Sling. This is like your introductory spell you normally get if you speed run for the Meteorite Staff early. It's like one of the best gravity sorceries in the whole game. It spits out three rocks. I think I hit my mic there. Um, it spits out three rocks. They home in on the target. They're kind of slow moving, but in vanilla they do split physical magical. Here, I believe they do pure standard damage, which is a big boost in their power. Means they're not checking two resistances at once. It's better on bosses, basically. Um, if if we get to a rest site, I'll prepare this and we'll experiment with it. But it is a really nice sorcery. I prefer taking baths or showers under the shower head. I mean, they're the same, considering you've mentioned that you only have a shower, or you only use a shower. Quick and economical, fair. And they are quick and economical. If you're crunched for time, you don't have time for a bath. I'm very good about that. I do not bathe if I do not have the time for it. But if you ever get the opportunity to take a bath by yourself, then I would recommend it at least once. If you still don't like it after that, your choice. Um, I will say normal baths are a little different from jacuzzi baths. You're there for the bubble jets. You're not there for the exercise and self-awareness. You're not there for the meditative thinking. You're not there for the heat easing the stiffness of your joints. You're there for the bubble jets. Jacuzzi baths are a fun time. They're not a relaxing time. They can be, but not always. We can talk more about this after the commercial break. I'm a little overdue for that. For those who are new here or kind of just lurking and listening, I try to take a break about every hour, and I put up an ad during that time. That way, we can have some pre-roll free stream, and I get to stretch my legs and other fun stuff. Go grab yourselves snacks, drinks. I'm probably going to do the same thing myself, and I will see you guys after the end of these 5 minutes. I am so sorry about that. I am back. I did not come back with a drink. Didn't have the type of time for that, but I tried to be back as punctual as I could. I probably went over about an extra 3 minutes if I had to guess. Dad and I got to talking a little bit, and that's what took up the extra time. Um, Let me see if there are any messages that I've missed. At the time when you had a bathtub you could have used, money was a problem. Ah, right, the water bill. Yeah, so baths weren't exactly an option. I understand that. Yeah, but baths are will definitely make your water bill go up. So I do understand that. I'm only mentioning if you ever get the opportunity to take one by yourself, you should at least do so. And, money isn't a concern. If it is, I think I had just enough time to get the mic and turn away. I did not have enough time to sneeze into my arm. Yay. Um, but yeah, if money is a problem, of course, you exercise your best judgment. I do feel as though today's conversations, not today, I'm sorry, I may not use that word. Conversations in the modern era need to come with the 50 Twitter disclaimers. Otherwise, we just end up in a like an ever moving spiral of not conversation. But if you don't use disclaimers in the conversation, then the context is not properly understood, or we're constantly trying to explain, well, if this circumstance is the case, then just do this instead. Like, I feel like 90% of Twitter conversations, or conversations anywhere else, are slowly moving toward. Can't you tell how awesome it is to have a new laptop and play any game from the library you want? The only problem now is the internet speed, because it's garbage. Yeah, I know. You trade one problem for another. You have a QWERT Y keyboard, or is it a Z keyboard? Hold on, because I have a QWERTY keyboard. I don't think. I don't. I'm. Is that just a different keyboard type? It is. Let's see how different it is. Z is at the top? What? The Z is at the top. What the heck? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If the keyboard works for you, that's great. Yeah, it is. I also didn't know until you bought the laptop. Tell me, if you don't mind telling me, do you prefer the WQERTY keyboard or the keyboard you have now? Uh, you might still be getting used to it, so I'm not expecting a real answer per se, but I just, you worked my mind a little bit by saying that. I had to look it up. I've honestly thought you corrected yourself to a misspelling of the keyboard. Yeah, I know. I swear that I thought it mixed up the letters. Okay, so it's not just me. It's so weird. It's mind-boggling that the Z is up top and the Y is in the bottom. I'm sure, that there's probably... It's like, I never use Z anyway. I never use Y anyway. So it could just go right there. Nothing required. I use Y all the time. That is a interestingly common letter in the English language. Y. So, like, having it in the middle is just... It works great. But I'm just, my mind is so borked with that Z. And never mind what else I saw. I saw like an AZWERY keyboard. I didn't know manufacturers could toy with that stuff. I thought you had to like, I thought that keyboards were standard, or like, they're regional. Like I know that most European countries, including Romania, have keys for their special diacritic marks, for the circumflex and stuff. Like especially with the Romanian A, which I know has, it's a circumflex if you read it in English. It's I just can't, man. That is warped my mind. I am broken. Like I knew about regional or country differences in keyboards by country, but not just straight up I'm allowed to use a different keyboard setup. If I prefer QUERTY, the QWERTY keyboard. You used it all your life. I also use it right now because the keyboard is physically a quartz, but virtually. What? Oh, okay. You reconfigured it in to use the QWERTY setup. Also, welcome, Rasby. Good to see you. Glad you're here. Hope you enjoy the stay. Oh wow. Hope you enjoy your stay. How are you doing? The alternate keyboards, man, they bonked my mind. I'm broken. I don't know what else to say. Just, well, okay, I have plenty of things I could say. Could be better. Just found out you gotta wake up at 8 tomorrow. At 7 tomorrow instead of 11. Ah. So it sounds like you won't be here that long. I'm sorry that you have to wake up so early in the morning. University or work, right? This is what we call in the industry very unfortunate. Yeah. Waking up early ain't fun. When I signed up for my courses for the next year, they moved who my physics instructor was. So now my physics instructor is teaching class at 9 in the morning. So instead of being there like 10 in the morning, I gotta be there at 9 in the morning. Which is bonkers. University, recovering a course we're skipping on Thursday. It's not gonna be that bad. It's programming basics. You can continue working on it in the meantime. It's a little weird to press Z and to type Y, but it doesn't bother me too much. Most of the time when I'm typing, you don't even look at the keyboard. Yeah, I don't usually look at the keyboard when I type either. The only time I look is when I misspell something, and I'm like, okay, make sure I've got it this time. And even then, with all the auto-corrected stuff, with all of the auto-correction features, you really don't even have to do that. I really don't do that most of the time. The auto-correction just finds the word for me. And it doesn't mean I don't look at the word to make sure I know how to spell it in the future, but the wonders and curses of modern technology. We're about halfway done with the Aeonian swamp. Can you do... Oh, okay, this is not for me. I remember when I used to, do a typing race, or the school would give us software on, like, how to type properly and efficiently. And I would always score it about... Now, this was when I was in middle school, so I don't know if my rate's gotten better or worse now, but... when I'm typing at peak proficiency, it's like 60 words per minute. It's not great, but it's better than like 20 words a minute. And it's better than doing this number. I don't do that. I've seen some of my science instructors do this whole picking thing at the keyboard, and I don't know how they keep their job unless they have someone else do the filing for them. But I'm like I said, I'm not trying to tout my own skills. They're not good, but they're not bad either. They're mediocre. I would describe my typing speed as mediocre more than anything. Where's the song about mediocrity when you need it? Fun fact. With your right hand, you only type with the first 3 fingers? So like, my fingers on my right rest on J, K, and L. My thumb is resting on the space bar, and I'm using my pinky to type like P, but I usually don't even do that most of the time. Yeah, I suppose I use 3 fingers about half the time. First, you choose the UK version of QWERTY, and it's the same, but the symbols, etc. are somewhere else, and I couldn't find the app to type my email. The US version's the one you use. You never use the 2 last fingers on your right hand? So you use your thumb, your index, and your middle finger? Or is it your index, middle, and ring finger? You use your index finger for any letter on the right. Oh, and since you said 3 fingers, and the opposing finger for the space bar. So the thumb, right? Making sure I understand this. Yeah, I've never needed to use a different version of the keyboard, which is why, QWERTZ really borked my head so much. Never mind like the keyboard where the A is on the top row. I don't know. Keyboards were like one of the last few sacred things. You don't use your middle finger for typing anything, and as a result, your index finger gets very overused and stiff at times. Yeah, I think that was one of the reasons why in like elementary, middle school, they were trying to teach you by ghost typing. Hey, don't use your index finger for all these extra keys, or you're gonna have stiff fingers. And to be honest, I think I only use 1 finger for the right hand, and 2 for the left hand. See, I know with my left hand, I definitely use all 4 fingers. For my right hand, it's a little bit more. Sometimes it's 4, sometimes it's 3. When I'm wanting to go full speed ahead, it's like 4. I need all my fingers. The only thing that doesn't get any use is my left thumb, because my right thumb is what operates the space bar. Or sometimes I'll shift an index finger over to get it. At least I use all my left-hand fingers, yeah. Okay, let's say 3 for the left hand, because you also use the big thumb for the space bar. Yeah, when I'm typing casually, I use less fingers, but if I'm writing like a paper or something, I have to go full speed ahead. While we're here, let me just kind of explain what I'm doing, and also deal with the squirt that just aggroed us. Don't use the pinkies, like never. See, I use like my pinky for like A in the caps lock. So I know my left pinky sees use. Right pinky, I think I use it for L and in the apostrophe. Again, unless I'm going full speed ahead. And then the pinkies will touch things like the period, the the forward slash or the backslash, and the enter. I use it for a lot of stuff. when I was a kid, when I was in elementary school, in the I want to say this was in North Carolina where where this happened. I hate when that happens. Anyway, um, the way that my classes taught me was they would actually make us look up here like this. I'm trying my best to depict this on camera. Um, eyes closed, fingers on home row, index on F, and they would make us release this. Whoever the type, you had to type that letter. Eventually, they would utter whole sentences. This was in elementary school. And in middle school, they refer to the typing programs for all this. But I definitely remember having to ghostwrite. It was an experience. I think I was 9 or 10 then. That was quite the experience. I didn't think anything of it then. After all, I was 10. I'm 30 now. Um, I was like, oh, this is just how they teach us the type. They make us remember what home row is, and then we have to, look at our screens only when we've confirmed the key, confirmed that we've pressed the right key, and only after we're told we can do that. Looking back on it, that's probably not a good way to teach people to type, because it's only telling you to follow instructions. And, you only really remember where home row is. It doesn't actually tell you uh, how to efficiently move your hands from key to key. You need a different kind of instruction for that. You just realized that I used my ring finger for pressing right shift. Well, yeah, you use a different setup. For me, I have to use my pinky if I'm using all my fingers. Okay, and then those messages are personal. So, um, let me sort of take a moment and kind of catch up and explain what's happening, because I did not walk through what we were doing the entire time. I just kind of chatted with people and collected various things, and that is not the way to make an LP. Sorry. Um, so when we arrived here in Aeonia, we looked at this bottom portion here. Um, there weren't really any items here. We then moved over to the Street of Sages ruins. We picked up probably one of the best vanilla staves in the game, along with a corresponding really good spell. They're both kind of okay in Elden Ring Reforged. Then we have moved over to Inner Aeonia, and we are now kind of sort of walking around the thumb here. This part of the map definitely reminds me of someone's stuck-up thumb. If it were poking out like this, my thumbs do that backward bend thing. It's really weird, but yeah, we're exploring that portion of the map now. Um, Here is where we will find another one of the invisible scarabs. So what we want to do is get on Torrent to handle this and switch to our sword. The reason we're doing this is because in order to effectively catch the invisible scarab, you can tell you're allowed some idea of where it's moving. I think it makes one more loop. It's quite complicated. Okay, we have to get the positioning right. Basically, the only way you can tell where this thing is going is because it leaves imprints in the ground on where it's going. Otherwise, you don't know where it's going. And you can't just swing at it either. Most melee attacks and most spells will just fly past it, and combat is kind of meant to be operated via lock-on in, Elden Ring. Oh god. I need to find, like, a different point to do this from? Probably... Trying to think. Maybe over here somewhere? I know it does like a big loop, like a big Mobius loop. Think we'll stand right about here. And we'll get it eventually. Just gotta get the positioning on that horse correct. One of the things I think is still a problem in Elden Ring is the combat with Torrent. Torrent doesn't take tight turns too well. And all you can really do is like swing the sword to your left or right. How is it that I've missed this 4 times? Alex, you are not the only person with small hands. My hands and fingers are tiny. There's a reason that my parents come to me. Unless it's... Well, there's a reason my dad comes to me sometimes for moments where finer finesse is required and big fingers really get in the way. Really? And it's because my hands are nice and small. Yeah, they're really small. I have had the opportunity to hold smaller hands before, but my hands are pretty small among men. My hands are definitely small. Even some women probably have bigger hands than I do. Looking at my hands, my middle finger on your right hand is just bent. Like, from the middle of it upwards, it's just 15 degrees angled to the right. Yeah, my thumbs are like that. They're bent like that, too. About 15, 25 degrees. I know there's a phenomena for this. I forget the name. I'll look it up. It's like middle finger is bent. Clinodactyly. That's the name of it. And that is actually a clinical condition. Let's see. And you have to treat it via surgery as well. I don't want to be rude, but your hands are also thicker. At least gives the illusion of being thick. Are you talking about mine or Raspy's? I just want to make sure I haven't crossed wires somewhere. If they're mine, then it's just because I have extra flesh. That's all. If I didn't have this extra flesh, I could kind of pull the flesh off my hand a little bit. Then they would definitely be even smaller. Mine? Okay. Good. Then we didn't cross wires somewhere. Yeah. They're like fat person hands. I wouldn't say they're definitely big hands. They're fat person hands. Yeah, the condition is clinodactyly. Let me type that out. And the dactyly is always hard to get right without looking at it. Let me get you a definition to go with this as well. Actually, what I don't know, Wikipedia's currently been on kind of I don't know. That might be the most regionally neutral thing. I'll put that here. And I don't know if I can caret it, so I'm not going to. Yeah. It's just the medical term describing curvature. It's not really a worrisome thing, but you can fix it. That it is something that is fixable. But you do have to, really remove portions of your finger to do this. It's really weird. It's really strange. And I know that our frames took kind of a nosedive there, so don't want to continue to have it open, but Um, there you go. Um, it's like polydactyly is another condition like this, but that's actually a genetic discrepancy. It's not oh, doing this rolling in that was not smart. I forgot the swamps of Aeonia were thick. You need to use torrent to navigate these. I hope we get a solution for this. The way that torrent is kind of here in the game right now is very inconvenient. Uh, like, the animations are faster, but that doesn't mean that the other quirks are good. Torrent taking damage in a poison or scarlet swamp is fine if we've got the tools to actually treat it. Otherwise, it's needlessly arbitrary and difficult. I think if there was anything I could change, anything that I could talk to Kernifer about now, or talk to Ivy about, it would be this. This is a travesty. Fortunately, you probably don't need the surgery. The angle difference is no bigger than 15 degrees. It's not bothering you. Yeah, exactly. It's usually just kind of like a genetic thing or something that happens over time. Took you a long time to notice. Noticed it a few months ago. Yeah, that's pretty much how cellular, like, growth and multicellular, organisms works, is that, like, yeah, your cells all come with something called Hox genes, which means that Hox genes are, how do we put this in layman's terms? You know how, like, an architect has blueprints, and the blueprints tell you exactly how to build something? Like, if it's a blueprint for a building, the blueprint, it might be a set of them, should tell you from start to finish how to build the building's foundations, what materials you should use for that foundation, what materials you should use for the walls, the floor, etc., etc. It's a really, really in-depth blueprint. Hox genes are like this in all cellular creatures. The more complex you are, the more Hox genes you tend to have. The only real correspondence it has is with multicellularity. Creatures that are multicellular have more Hox genes, but even unicellular creatures do also get a fewer number of Hox genes. And that is... Oh, let me trudge out of this first, and then I'll type that. Okay. I believe humans have somewhere between 7 and 12 Hox genes. Sponges, I think, have around 4 or 5. Starfish, I think, have about 6. But it sounds scary, but yeah, it's just a blueprint for how the organism develops during, like, a fetal development, or during the young nymph and or pupal larval stages of life. That's pretty much all those are. I don't know if plants have those either. I think it's just animals. But I definitely know most, if not all, animals, all organic life, other than, well, I'm sorry, all non-plant organic life has them. I'd have to go back and look whether Hox genes are truly a universal thing or not. But, oh, I'm nerding out over things no one cares about. You guys came here to chat generally and talk about Elden Ring Reforged. Here I am talking about biology stuff. That's typically not exactly a hot sell on streams. Although here at Coinstamp, I'd like to think we talk about some serious academia and philosophical things from time to time. You do the same thing, but with knowledge in general. Yeah, I geek out over a number of things, and I could go on for hours. I could go on for literal hours about biological stuff. It fascinates me that much. And to think I was wanting to be a carpenter or a mason at one point. I probably would have been daydreaming at my previous job if that is what if that is what I had finished attaining degrees or certificates for. And I probably wouldn't be here now. I'd probably be putting together walls and floors for people. Yeah, that wouldn't have been a good mix. Needless to say, I often have to get my friends to snap me out of it. Like, we asked you a simple question. We didn't expect an expose. What are you doing? The process of attaining knowledge? So like cataloging and other stuff. Things related to knowledge collection, not necessarily the topics that make up knowledge itself, which, of course, the topics that make up knowledge in general are infinite and have many, 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 many different subcategories and different boxes that they could be organized into, different groupings. The librarian would be a librarian or book clerk could be the type of person who gets involved. Stop swinging that spell at me. I just cannot understand why a very... Gotta make sure I read that correctly. Why few people are actually interested in learning this, because if you master attaining and accumulating knowledge, you straight up improve directly everything you ever have to do. People are simple creatures, and I tell this to my friends all the time. We have to remember, people are animals. We have limbic systems, we have emotions. We're not naturally logical creatures. We have to work hard to be logical creatures, and yes, we can process stimuli we can, reason with our left-hand side of the brain, but at the end of the day, that is not the only side of the brain you use. Humans are naturally vaunted toward emotional outlets, toward emotional stimuli, because our own body's pathways cause a whole bunch of cascades related to the emotional input. Humans are biological computers that are functional off emotions and hormones. That's how I like to describe it to people. So, me thinking about logic and supercomputers takes a lot of work. Thinking about how to process my feelings, not nearly as much physical and or left brain exertion. Which means you can get a direct advantage by being logical over people who don't. And for you, and others, tying the accomplishments of your left brain into the satisfaction of your right brain just seems like a win-win. The left brain gets what it wants, and the right brain gets what it wants. Unfortunately, a lot of people are in a state of discordia with their left and right brains. Their left wants one thing, their right wants another. And never shall the two agree on almost anything without extreme effort and training and, putting things into compartments. I still don't think I'm doing a very good job of, Are you off my case yet, guy? Thank you. Don't come back. Yeah, it's like... How do I describe this? I think if everyone did do what you suggested, master how to accumulate knowledge, we would be in a better place as a human species. There would just be fewer arguments it would be the arguments we would have as a species would be logistical. Things like, this group of people doesn't have enough of resource A. What can we do to get it? This other group has resource A and doesn't have enough of resource B. We have resource B. Can we make a trade? Can we make a reasonable trade? If people use their left brains a lot more than they use their right brains, we would be in a better place. But that is not how the human brain works. And eventually, the people that use their left side of their brains too much eventually break due to the strain of constantly using their left brains all the time. And eventually, the emotional strain takes over, and the right brain takes your whole body and brain out for a spin. I think Bo Burnham did a segment about this, where it's like he did a whole skit about left brain and right brain, and while I don't necessarily buy into all the descriptions he used for it, I do like how he compared the two. I spent most of my time attempting to persuade people to do this as well, because it's guaranteed to help you as long as you have spare resources. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? You know, if you have the spare resources, you have the energy, that's great. What do you do when that person has, like, I don't know, chronic fatigue disorder, CFD, or meningitis, or these other sorts of problems that take away from their ability to use their left brains reasonably, because they're too busy trying to use their right to make sure that they can find a way to compartmentalize or deal with the pain they're experiencing. That's kind of a right brain problem, and it's not something the left can really help with. It's really interesting. Human psychology is always an interesting subject, especially when it's combined with medicine. It becomes difficult when people don't have the time or the focus. The focus was the thing I was talking about. Because when you're thinking about pain, you're not thinking about... I should say you're not thinking about... It becomes difficult to think about logical stuff. You're in pain. Both my dad and my sibling experienced this. Where, like, yeah, they are very logistically driven people, but when they're in pain, that's not what they're thinking about. They're thinking about, how can I put a stop to the pain? How can I deal with it? How can I manage all the different arrays of symptoms they have? How can I, speaking from their point of view, how can I manage all the symptoms I have? Because you can spend the time to argue with them about it, to not fill their schedule and work on this instead, because it's better, but they're not going to be willing in the first place to take such discussion whenever it gets complicated. Ah, yes. Complication and intrigue. Things that, complication and intrigue tax human beings, at least in your experience. Most people just don't see the usefulness of it, even if it's false. It's a self-perpetuating loophole, right? It's a constantly perpetuating cycle where, like, you don't tackle the problem because it's complicated, because you get stressed out, and the only way to get out of the feedback loop is either to solve the problem or ignore it completely. And ignoring it is usually easier. It's a self-gratifying tool. The only way to convince them otherwise is to discuss it, if they aren't willing to discuss, so they will constantly be convinced that working on the process of attaining knowledge, or anything else for that matter, is useless. Exactly. Exactly. It's, like I said, it's a self-perpetuating cycle, no matter what the topic of discussion is. Humans are strange, is straight up sad to think about. It's like a waste of potential, right? It's probably why you're thinking about it that way, is if you could just focus on this for 5 seconds, you wouldn't even be thinking about this other stuff anymore. You've seen it so many times, I can imagine. Yeah, that's right. I'd rather you be using your book, friend. Don't you dare headbonk me with that. Now, where was that other invisible guy? We've already gotten most of the items um out of Celia, so I think the thing we're doing now is mostly any cleanup. Um, and we've really cleaned up Celia in the first place. I'm not sure why I'm gallivanting around here. I think I'm too busy having good conversation and forgetting to do the LP. But that's fine. That is perfectly fine. There will be short form content later on YouTube where I, maybe dissect some of the footage from my LPs and go from there. Um, that'll be a project and a half, but I'll enjoy doing it. Oh, we did miss something. Yay, the trip wasn't entirely wasted. Um, Even for me, and I'm sure for you too, we all have our points where we need a break from that. You could only spend so much time talking about or trying to perfect the process of accumulating knowledge or operating with our left brain. Really, it's what we're doing. We're operating with our left brains. Even I find it taxing to, I say that like I have infinite brain resources. I don't. Um, just I am less. I tend to be out of the group of people I know. Um, I'm the person who doesn't really mind using their left brain, that left hand side of their brain, all that much. It's more tiring for me to use my right hand side, but I do have a limit. Yeah, there's limited resources. Sometimes you run out, and you just kind of need to vegetate or relax for a little while. I was discussing this with Alex earlier, where we were discussing bath time or shower time, and while I use showers to get clean, I use bath time for both relaxation and thinking, because it's an exercise in self-awareness, which is what the whole point of meditation is. It's being self-aware. And a tub full of hot water is about one of the few times I actually remember to do that. Even when I set aside the time to meditate for myself, I find it's best when I'm not thinking about the aches and pains that my body experiences from time to time. So for whatever reason, meditation at bath time is not an uncommon thing for me to do. I don't do it that often. Again, you don't want to sit in your own bath water forever, but 30 minutes, and it's kosher. You just have to worry about the water bill occasionally. I don't, but I know Alex certainly talked about needing to worry about the water bill at various points or stages. It was an interesting discussion. And even when I'm relaxing, even when I'm meditating, it is a left brain exercise for me. I probably do use my right brain more than I'm thinking I do, but doesn't feel like it. Doesn't seem like it. I'm a very fact, logical, data driven person. I can understand like emotions and hormonal processing, but I'm not. There's a reason that my emotional intelligence quotient, or EQ, is lower than the average person, and it's because I have to think. I have to focus on that. I don't normally think emotionally. I don't normally process things from a right brain point of view. I have to be in a zone or a zen of some kind. Um, I want to take this opportunity while we're here, staring at a wall on the rooftops of a rotted land. If you guys like this content, and I'm talking to everyone here, and you haven't subbed already or followed already, excuse me, I highly recommend you do so. It's a free, easy way to support the channel, and make sure that you don't miss. I'm up to staring at walls. Me too. Proceeds to stare at walls. I'm thinking of a segment from a YouTube channel that's interrupting this. Yeah, if you like the content, leave a follow. Lets me know that you like it. I like Elden Ring to do it. I would probably stream this whether or not I had any real audience, but it certainly helps to have conversation to break up the monotony. Additionally, while financial support is never required, I do this with or without that. Um, if you guys want to ensure that the streaming experience is of the highest quality, and I'm willing to pitch in on this myself, there are donation links, there are sub links. If you want sweet emotes, I'm working on a new, more private Discord that I showed off during Thursday's stream, and that'll be ready soon, probably during the week that I will be taking off. I'll try to finish up that Discord server and have it ready. Um, I will be pay gating the Discord server slightly. Don't forget that. Need a Prime sub if you want to get in. This is just to keep random people from joining. It's a security thing more than anything else. And of course, if I gift subs to people, they get in too. So be on the lookout for that. Other than that, other financial contributions go straight toward the purchase of mixing boards or other stuff. Um, no stream contribution is wasted on food or shelter or safety. It's all useful. But it's never required, and I'm appreciative of any of the financial support I do get. This is a hobby of mine. It is. I do want to be big someday, but it is a hobby, and probably will be a hobby for a foreseeable number of decades. If not until I die. So, regardless, I'm thankful for everyone's time spent here. I really do appreciate it. All the subs, all the follows, all the conversation, all of it. And finally, I want to thank any lurkers that are here. You guys are the backbone and bread and butter of any stream, absolutely any stream. And no stream would exist without you. So thank you again. If you'd like to get big, you have to bring an audience from another platform. Twitch itself is terrible. I know, and that's the worst part of it. I'm a Twitch main, but Twitch is terrible. What do? I change the character. I'm a YouTube main now. But YouTube is also terrible for growth. You have to stream to multiple platforms, really. And you also have to have a big media presence. I have no illusions about the requirements I would need to become partner or, have a big partner. YouTube isn't terrible for growth. Streaming, maybe. Yeah, you need short form content, which I'm terrible at. And I'm hoping that when I get finished with the Elden Ring and Blasphemous LPs and begin making regular video content again, that I'll actually get a sizable audience. But in the meantime, this is a nice hobby. It lets me decompress and find people to decompress with, and it serves its purpose. And if I get additional followers or viewers or other comfortable streaming video metrics in the meantime, I'm grateful enough for that. Imagine if I used my editing skills you gathered up all over the years to make this Twitch content into YouTube content. I know, right? I have enough editing skills. I have just enough editing skills that I know how to, take clips and break them apart. I know how to make basic snip edits. Anything more than that, I have to get a guide for it. And that is something I should work on. However, before we continue with this very fun, riveting conversation, you have good experience on stuff like pacing? Ah, I see. I will bear that in mind. The high level stuff. Well, you will obviously have to be paid for your work, if that is what you're going to do. We could discuss more of that, perhaps off camera, or at the very least, after this lovely commercial break. I may need to take a slightly longer commercial break this time, but I'm quite confident it won't be any longer than 8 minutes. Go stretch, get a snack, do all of the normal stuff, folks, and I will be back in the next 5 to 8 minutes. See you guys after this lovely commercial break. I am sorry about that. I'm back. And I have with me Java Chameleon. No, I have coffee. Sorry, I had to get that out of my system, and I thought to myself, I could have done a singing segment on my way back, but I was like, I know people, especially with the long COVID, would definitely not want to hear that. So I just decided to say that song reference in instead. I'm not committing to anything, but I'm willing to edit like 1 to 2 videos to see how it is for your end and my end and see if it's viable or sustainable. Honestly, the problem solving part isn't editing itself, but rather knowing what kind of video you'd want that would attract people and have a good thumbnail. 50% is the thumbnail and 50% of it is the video. Content has to be unique and exciting enough that people would want to watch it if it popped up in their recommendation feed. So really, in regards to that, I suppose part of my problem is my identity as a content creator. See, I'm still an entertainer on Twitch. I want to make sure I'm using the right jargon here. I am what I would call a Let's Play streamer. I am the kind of person that likes making walkthroughs and stuff. Some of my biggest inspirations are people like Chugga Conroy or Misayanella. These people have highly polished editors behind them, or have the art skills to do their own edits. Like, one of those two things is happening, and they have a popular but still somewhat niche audience. So making a guide would be a good starting point. And typically their guides come in the form of a whole Let's Play series. And I know that's kind of not... I'd have to record things instead of stream things if I want this to happen. Or, well, I'm going to have to play through the game again anyway, and just use some select footage for editing when I get ready to do the actual short-form content. So, I suppose what I'm trying to say is, I appreciate that as a good starting point. I'm not sure I am ready project-wise to start that yet. The only one I could probably think of to do right now is Blasphemous, and that is only because we've got an ending C, but I have not done endings A or B, and I have not finished one of the last DLCs. Typically, when I'm thinking about making guides, I want to have beaten the game first. I want to have done everything there is to do. I'm not a speedrunner or a challenge runner normally. So I want to make sure I'm knowledgeable and proficient in what I'm talking about. If I were to make a guide for Dark Souls 3, for example, I would want to make sure that I've beaten the game over about 7 times. Okay, let me try that again, but a little more succinctly. I like the offer, but I don't think I'm ready for that yet. Additionally, I'm not sure where my income is going to be, so even if I want to pay you before we even start this, that's the first thing that's got to be hashed out, and I don't feel comfortable issuing payments when I know that I'm not good for the payment. I don't want to do that. You deserve to be paid fairly and well for your compensation. Oh, yes, thank you for that. Yes, thank you. I should have changed the scene some time ago. Sorry. Alex fixed the mic and you came in and fixed the scene. Thanks to the two of you for that. Really appreciate it. I spent entirely too much time dawdling on this rooftop. Why don't we, start by sort of projecting where we're gonna go next. We've pretty much done everything there is to do in Celia. What we're going to do now is go past the church and go deal with, like, a troll. As on the way into Celia, you might even be able... No, that is a tree. So this would be Celia's entrance here, and there is a troll here. that'll throw giant barrels that break, giant rocks that break. There's actually stuff up there. We could go get it. So that's what we're going to do. Then after that, we'll hit up the mine next to Celia. Celia is a fun place. It is full of dangerous scenery and things that make for an interesting time, but they definitely aren't the funnest time. Oh, I'm glad Torrent tanked some of that. But yeah, I kind of want to think on that, and I want to be able to pay you for your work. I'm very, very, very picky about my principles on this. I'm hoping that there's some appreciation in that, but if not, that's fine. It is what it is. Going back to that statement. Yeah, that's smart. Not to commit to anything yet. Okay, we'll hash more of that out off camera. Because you aren't the first person to have proposed editing services before. I listened to what you said, and it sounds about right. I don't care about payment for now. What I'm thinking is, if you manage to brainstorm how to make YouTube content that works in some way, bringing people to Twitch, that'll be great. Yeah, that will take me the longest time to do, and that is not something that that's not something I think I can do in the 1 week period I'm taking off starting tomorrow. That's probably going to take me a couple of months to hammer out. And we'll go from there. Because I have to think about, okay, out of all the YouTube content that's there, that also serves as a guide, what kind of edits and stuff do they make? Is it funny moments, or is it... You can help me brainstorm? If you want to. I'm not going to force you to. I watch a few YouTubers who ramble a lot about how to get success on it. Ah, okay. Yeah, I should insert a few more serious videos to watch, and not just YouTube funnies, and that would probably help me out a great deal. Again, something I'll probably tackle... I'll probably even try to tackle it during the week I'm taking off, but I've got to get the more important family stuff done first. Depends on what your end goal with it is. Mostly, for the YouTube content, my end goal is to have informative content that tells people how to play the game I'm actually playing on the screen. I believe you're more than capable of figuring out how to get popular on YouTube or some other platform and bring people to Twitch. Aw, thank you for the wonderful compliment. I appreciate my acumen being massaged. Flattery will get you everywhere. But, no, in all seriousness, thanks. I just have to actually commit to it. And actually sit down and not just think about what I'm doing, but plan what I'm doing. Which I'm good at, but I've got to focus on it. And not just wake up each day and do the same routine. I gotta make much longer... I have to make a much longer set of plans than that. And I can't say that I have currently been the best at that. I've mostly kind of been flitting by from day to day, kind of doing the same thing for a while. I'm good at routine. I'm terrible when that routine has to change. But it must change if I want to get big. I know your goal wasn't to compliment, it's to point out a fact. Oh, hi, Alabaster Lord. I forgot that this was new. I believe he awards a new spell if we kill him. I'll be able to more deeply analyze that comment in just a second. This thing is new. I completely forgot about this. Gotta use the trees for cover. The Alabaster Lords are known for their gravitational spells. They like to pull people around They're very dangerous. Really? Alright then. Oh god! That's just death! Okay. I was Tom fooling around for that one. I mean, rambles from stream on YouTube would be nice. It's not something unique, but the discussion from streams can be quite interesting. I need to get better about advertising my, uploading edited rambles are great. Yeah, I need to go back and edit all the VODs. All of them. There's a couple of VODs I need to edit before I can, unprivate the rest of them. But I do have a Swirling Vortex '09 VODs channel specifically for that on YouTube. Just putting out the discussions. Ah, I see what you mean. Like a modified form of YouTube shorts. That makes some amount of sense. Yeah, I really got to get on the ball for that. Maybe I'll do that this week. It's like finish making all the edits, unprivate all those VODs, and begin chopping up some of the more interesting discussions from them. I'll, of course, have to go back and sit through the old VODs I didn't take notes on, but I can do that. I should probably also get into the practice of highlighting things, too. I don't normally do that. I'll clip things that are really interesting, but I don't actually do anything more than that. And I know a lot of professional streamers highlight their VODs. Make sure you don't aim very big. Experiment, see what works, see what doesn't. Any progress towards this path will prove to be useful. Agreed. Agreed. These are things I'm thinking about. I'm going to totally grab my runes first. So the Alabaster Lord that's here isn't... Oh god. The Alabaster Lord that's here isn't much different from the other one. The only difference is, like, the new spell. Really? That's an instant kill? What? Nice up view. Great up view. Just see this shirtless, bony, dark-skinned Alabaster Lord. Like ebony, not ebony skin, but like charcoal skin person with wild white hair standing over you with a sword in their hands. Yeah, that's a definition of real Chad gamer. Love that. I did love dying, though. That needed a sip of coffee. Sorry. I just needed an extra second to take in what just happened. I'm not normally animated either, but that being an insta-kill is... Curtifer, you have outdone yourself again. Whether for good or ill, I cannot say. Alright, come on then. Show me what you have. I forget if these are immune to frostbite. Oh, no. Don't do that. Don't do that. I would much prefer you swing your sword. I will happily dodge that. Please don't summon any more gravitational fields. I don't want to think about airlocking you. Nope, that is death. That is death. I cannot, I can't let him pull me for even a second. That is probably shield territory, if I'm being completely honest. I forget. With the gravity spells in particular, they're really designed to screw over gameplay that isn't good. Sorry, to put that another way, if you don't time your dodges right, the gravity spells will just screw you over. Speaking of making sure I'm not screwed over, I believe the Alabaster Lord is a nighttime boss, so let's fix that. Besides, all the gravity spell visuals look better at night anyway, at least to me. For the record, this boss was not here in vanilla. So this, if you want another way to show that this is Elden Ring Reforged, this is how you would look for it. Besides, like, the quick, like, ducking that you can do to tell you're in the game, or the title screen, if you're like, you know, it's just ducking. It's just the title screen. What else could be different? This boss is how you know for sure that you are playing a modified experience. That is nothing to say of the game modes when we get to them. The game modes are a whole extra level of dirt, and I don't mean... Excuse me, I had a hiccup there. I'm not talking about New Game Plus. I'm talking about real game modes, like Adventure Mode, which replaces the rest sites with work points, or the Quest Mode, where you get 3 days to beeline it toward the end of the game and complete quests, or it's bust. You lose. How about I beat you with your own spell? Really? That still managed to hit me? Alright. That is death. Okay. So I really have to get out of dodge when he raises his sword and it begins to glow. And with this posture, not this posture. Okay. Anyone else ever have a difficult boss that they, or like a boss that took them quite a few attempts in other games to get down? For me, one of those that took a really long time in a previous title, from soft title, Dark Souls 3, Sister Frida was one that took me a long time to get right. Especially because, at the time, she was one of the few bosses that had 3 phases, and the 3rd phase hit way harder than the first 2. The second one was a gimmick. What? What happened with that ice crag? It just, like, hit the gravity projectile, and then proceeded to, spin around, like... Really? Never? You beat all bosses first try? Ah, I would love to have your game skills. I'm sure your analytical mind would have already figured out exactly what to do. Is that a keck? You're joking? I know. I'm being sarcastic back at you. You know, that is another case of, this needed a Twitter disclaimer before we started talking. LOL Keck W K-Dub Shrug. Insert any number of whimsical emotes you like. Alright, you Alabaster Lord. Don't roll backward against the gravity projectile. That never works. That is death. I really needed to just run there. That is not a dodging moment. That is a sprinting moment. I have to remember that. More like Bastard Lord. No. Yes, Bastard Lord, but also... So I started blasting. He is a blaster lord. Because that gravity spell just kills you in one shot if you're pulled in toward the explosion. That is a straight up gravity blast. A blaster lord. I'm sorry, I had to make the meme. It was eking at the forefront of my mind. It's like the singing segment earlier. Only I managed to resist that. I could not manage to resist the blasting meme. I do have, speaking of emotes, but I do have 7 TV emote support. I also have it turned on through, I believe it's Better Twitch TV. So I have some emotes in there that if you have either Better Twitch TV or 7 TV, you can use those too. There it is again. Okay, get behind cover and stay there. Think I have to install those because new laptop? Yeah, I've got a lot of Pepe memes on those, along with the Giga Chad one. I've got quite a few. I didn't think you would have followed up the Gravity spellcast with a two-handed overhead smash. Yeah, I'm gonna use the terrain to my advantage here. Come on, show me what you're made of. You can even use the fountain for this. Or the altar, excuse me. Come on. I don't want to get too far. Oh, God. Okay, that's not the one I want to watch for. It's the other one. They're... Oh, God. But yeah, I have all kinds of fun goodies set up. And if you've been gaining channel reward points, you have those available. That is death. That is death. I really miss streaming. Everyone does. And then when people start streaming, they realize why they stopped. Most of the time, it's because of the toxic trolls that are on stream. That might also have been a joke. Still, I couldn't help but make the comments. Gotta reset the boss again, because it's morning now. In vanilla, if you die, you get reset to morning period. In Elden Ring Reforged, you advance about 4 to 6 in-game hours. So you move from nightfall to late night. So that's another way that you can, like, it wasn't a joke. You do miss it. I just wonder why I'm still rambling. I miss having people wonder why you're still rambling and not playing the game. That's me too. That's me too. Except I do ramble on camera. And I totally spend 20 minutes. I totally spend 20 minutes on conversation and not gameplay. This happens on stream. And it's noticeable. I have to get better about that. But I also have to, like, balance playing the game too. Or you rant about human nature being terrible. You don't even need a conversation for that to happen. I kind of need a prompt, but I'm almost basically in that same camp. It just more or less depends on the subject matter for me. If at first you don't succeed, try again. I hate the projectile doing that. You just brainstorm for 20 minutes on everything before making an in-game move. I hate it doing that. Stop. I hate gravity. I hate gravity, apparently. Are you going to spam that, good sir? I maybe take 2 or 3 minutes, and usually I'm playing a game I've played before, so it's not so much that I'm planning my next moves. It's that I take the 2 to 3 minutes to maybe preface what I'm going to do next. Not today, Alabaster Lord. Never mind. It totally happened today. What the heck? Do you duck those? Or do you just have to, like... I kept talking about a shield earlier. I need to do that. Uno momento, per favore. One shield coming right up. For this one, we want a magic... Or actually, no, we don't. We want a shield with a good guard stability, which is going to be this one. Sometimes you just need a shield. They are your best friend in a FromSoft title. They just are. Except in Sekiro and Bloodborne. In Bloodborne, it's your gun. In Sekiro, you just need good reflexes. There is no shield. Or, well, you can deflect. That is technically shielding, but deflections work very different in Sekiro. You just jump to action. My siblings kind of like that. Where, unless I'm sort of like telling them, or someone is telling them, hey, this is what you're doing, no. My sibling just jumps right to action. It's a... Not today, Alabaster Lord. The shield doesn't even help! What the heck? Okay, enough with the Chad Gamer faces. I'm thinking that they're immune to frostbite. In fact, this gives me... I usually make bad decisions in games. Sounds like me sometimes. Raz always scolds you for that. That sounds like me. I sometimes make bad decisions. In fact, both my sibling and I go back and forth about scolding one another for bad decision making or poking fun at each other. We usually don't scold each other anymore. It's more like making bad decisions and laughing at them. So, I want to showcase a command called !ERRB. Let's review our boss weaknesses. I think I'm overdue for this. So the Alabaster Lord is a void and a stone enemy. ERRB sounds like a burp sound. It does, doesn't it? It stands for Elden Ring Reforged Boss Sheet. I could have called that herbs, but that's... People don't normally like long commands. And nor did I think the sheet was necessary to represent either. So the boss spreadsheet details all of the weaknesses, immunities, and defenses of the boss in question. The entry that we're looking for, maybe resistances would have been better. Perhaps. I'm open to changing bot time. Master Lord here doesn't have poise. They're like a large humanoid enemy. For physical defenses, they only take full standard damage, which is really weird. All of the normal physical damage types, slash, strike, or pierce, they take 10% less. Elemental damage types, they take 20% less damage from all elemental sources. That's magic, fire, lightning, and holy. So we're going to have a rough time no matter what, unless it's a gravity spell. I am looking at that correctly. For statuses, we have our pick. They're vulnerable to sleep by 60 points. And they are immune to... they're immune to frostbite. Well, that answers the question. And they're highly resistant to deathblight. We don't have access to that yet. We only have access to poison, scarlet rot, bleed, and madness. And they're resistant to that. So, we need to change what we're doing. I'll introduce another command here. It's been a while since we've seen some of these. If we type in !player build, I pretty much explain what I do with that. for what this means is that I'm going for mostly a caster build. Int, Faith, and Arcane are all casting stats in various capacities. Int and Faith mostly, with Arcane is like, some spells use it, lots more don't. But our point with this build is to be able to have access to all of the tools at our disposal. We have incantations and sorceries, all of them. Well, not all of them yet, but we will. And with this build in mind, we can adapt to any circumstance, any weakness. Doesn't matter what it is. In this case, they take neutral damage from standard damage. So that's like gravity spells, basically. Or we can try to... We don't need gravity well here. We can try to, like, pin them down with status effects, like Poison and Scarlet Rot, and then just kind of wait them out. I think the problem with using the status effects in this fight, these are spells like Poison Mist or Rotten Breath. The problem in relying on these is that, one, they're long casts, two, the boss is very aggressive. They're not going to really want to stand in either of these two effects without help. So I think our best bet is to actually just go for a straight gravity sorcery, which is what they're doing? Weird. Usually in RPGs, they're resistant to the thing they're using. So, like, in this case, we don't want to fight the Alabaster Lord with gravity spells. If this were normal game logic, we wouldn't want to do that. Is it morning? No, it's late night. Okay. But this is not a normal game. This is FromSoft. These operate on FromSoft logic, which oftentimes enemies can be overloaded with the same kind of status effect. I'll call back to the squirts, the land squirts, which instantly explode if you poison them. Can I outrun it? No. They have tracking. You can't do that. Good to know. I don't know what the deal with the pulling is, though. Very weird. I mean, the rock sling did comparable damage. And if you thought that dodge was getting you out somewhere, friend, it is not. I will defeat you. If it's the last thing I do. What the heck? Okay, it is capable of staggering. Good, good. I was afraid of that. Afraid of it not doing that. I will look at that Discord notice when it is convenient. That is a nice delay on attack. Mistimed dodge. Great. I'm trying to wait for this guy to do the big explosion. Oh, close. Come on. Show me the big move. I know you would like to unload it at some point. Is that a land octopus? It is! It's a land octopus. Why it's here, I don't know. I know you'd like to unload it at some point. Yeah, that's a clip. That is a clip-worthy statement if I've ever seen it. Really? Oh, I'm dead. Why do you open your mouth when you do this, Alabaster Lord? It made me stop mid-fight in Darkest Dungeon. Hold up. Did I hear what I thought I heard? Was that the traditional streamer gaffe that every streamer makes? Saying, in my case, I obviously don't intend it to be lewd, right? I think that's probably the worst part about it for me, is that I'm actually being serious. I liken this to the Chugga Conroy effect, where, like, early on in his videos, he never actually said lewd things to be lewd. It was always, he was innocent and didn't know. He didn't know what he was saying, and when someone finally explained it, he had a real fit, a real breakdown about it. Uh, but most of the time, when streamers say these things, they're usually partially, if not fully, aware of saying these lewd things. Now, whether or not that's good YouTube content or like good entertainment on Twitch, I don't know. I'm of the camp that I don't really think it makes for great content. It's I wouldn't say it's intentionally clickbait, but it's like you have to, at some point you have to know you're saying these things to get views. Uh, that was definitely one of the quotes. It was. Where is the... Okay. We have the time to run away. Let's clear out a few of the land octopuses while we have time. Land octopi, excuse me. Alabaster Lord, I'm warning you to back off. That's right, stay over there. And let me kill these. Okay. Well, at least he's out of the portal now. We can kind of approach him with, We have a better approaching method for this. Whether or not it's going to result in our death, I don't know. I'm not sure that sorceries are a good call for this fight. Or maybe the Alabaster Lord is just too much. The other Alabaster Lords were fine. This one being a boss is really weird. They usually aren't bosses in Elden Ring, by the way. They are usually just random enemies that you will find on the map. I like that it's a boss. I'm just not sure I like dying to it all the time. Especially with the land octopi that are here, and yes, that is what they are called. They are just writhing masses of tentacles. A FromSoft special, really. Seeing as how they made a whole game about eldritch horrors. That's Bloodborne, by the way. But in case anyone didn't know. They are all about eldritch horrors. And that's something else that, my friends have never really let me get away with either. In my tabletop campaign that I was talking to Alex about, the first chapter of my campaign that I pitted my players in was dealing with the goddess of debauchery and undeath. And one of the things I did was take them into a cavern where the entire cavern had the spell Stone to Flesh cast on it. And that spell is a divine spell which turns stone into flesh. Muscle, sinew, you name it. Stone becomes flesh. And ever since then, ever since completing that cave, it has been lovingly and humorously called the Flesh Cave. And it grinds my gears, but I still manage to laugh at it. It's funny. It is definitely funny. I definitely did not intend for it to be a lewd thing. My friends did that. But the fact of the matter is, thinking back on it now, basing a cave on an entire cavern where stone to flesh was cast on it was probably not my smartest or brightest move, because my friends are way looter than me. You kind of have to coax me into it. Yeah, you have to coax me into saying naughty things. You do not have to do this with my friends. They will willingly walk through those doors for you. The comedy gold makes itself. The comedy gold. Don't surrender to the darkness. I don't, but at this point, the Flesh Cave has become something of a meme amongst my inner circle. That is my tabletop group of friends. So it's a joke now. I've learned to just kind of let it roll off one shoulder and into the other. I don't know. I think a cave where the stone was turned to flesh makes sense for the particular type of... Don't get me wrong, the joke is great, but... Yeah, I mean, the jokes don't exactly make themselves, but I somehow managed to find ways to, make the jokes without trying. I think that's what my friends usually tell me. No, but the joke is great. Oh, they get a lot looter with it than I am. I'm being really generic. They call it worse things, which I will not say on camera, because I don't want Twitch to DMCA me. Because there are worse things I'm thinking about. And in hindsight, I definitely could have done that better. I was, what can I say? I was 25 then. If you could get banned for it, you know it's dank. It is dank. It is absolutely dank. Like I said, my friends get in more trouble than I do. I'm something of the chaste person in the group. And I have some... I keep some interesting company. People that hear about my friends usually tell me that I keep interesting company. Are you gonna do the whole explosion thing again, Alabaster Lord? You are. It almost doesn't matter what you do. How do you beat this thing? I don't want to spend all stream on it, but my god. There's gotta be something. Let me look and see. I'm gonna do a real quick thing. And, see if someone has mentioned this particular Alabaster Lord by name. Yeah, so that spell is really strong. That spell is extremely strong. I promise that... I shouldn't say I promise. I will eventually get prompted into talking about more dank things. But I've been fairly good. The only thing that has really gotten any sort of level of dank quality to it has been the Flesh Cavern. The rest of the time in tabletops, it's in my tabletop campaign, it has been rolling dice and having just a good solid time. Usually my friends are the ones that make the lewd jokes. Or make situations more adult than they should be. For a setting that is supposed to be sort of grim, dark, and super serious, how they manage to make adult fun out of it, I'll never know. Maybe that's the part of my brain that I'll never get wired the way society or local society at large wants it. I don't know, and that's probably neither good nor a bad thing. But it probably will stifle or stymie my growth a little bit on Twitch or YouTube, because the common thing that all these top YouTubers and top entertainers do is talk about lewd things, because it garners views, it gets clicks. people spit drink and make merry with stuff like that. They really, really do. Uh, I'll take another Twitch streamer. I always tend to do that. Make the lewd jokes. I don't know. Maybe I'm being judgmental for not wanting, for considering those sorts of things as clickbait instead of just normal conversational interactions. Hey, the trees are dancing. Yeah. The trees look like they're bobbing to a dance. I'm clipping this. I need this. I need to make a GIF of it too. I need to make a GIF of the. I don't even care. Hit me. I don't even care I'm getting hit. That was too good. Yeah, the trees have, the trees do have physics in this game. I didn't expect them to be... I didn't expect them to be bobbing and weaving that way, though. I'm normally not this animated, but... You know, if I were to end the stream right now, I could say that before I take my week off, this would have been a nice highlight. We got another 52 minutes to go. So I think, unfortunately, it's going to be a nice highlight. It's not going to be a good note. But I'll take the highlights where I can get them. Are all the trees just doing this? Oh, it stopped. The music is over. That is its own separate clip right there. Okay. I'm not drinking. I mean, I'm drinking coffee, but I'm not drunk or anything. If I were drunk, I'd be sleeping. I can't get drunk. My neurodivergent brain won't let me. I sleep as soon as I even get the slightest bit tipsy. My friends all think it's a good thing, so I'm gonna go with I guess, always be tipsy. I'm not sure how to beat this thing. No, ducking is not how you do it. I don't want to spend all stream on this. But I want to beat it. I have an insatiable urge to kill and to exact vengeance at this point for the number of deaths it has given me. The shield ain't helping, so I'm going to switch back to the, well, even if I do that, there kind of isn't any point to using a different spell. Actually, what I can do is show off this tactic. Have you tried getting good? No, I'm afraid I have not. Let me just get right on that. You know, insert Pepe laugh. Or something to that effect. Like, just play better. Execute, as the Oats and Goats community would say. Choose to be better, and it just happens. I'll demonstrate the wonders of using two staves. People don't normally think about this. Usually, there's no point to using a second staff, but you don't even need to, like, for example, the Meteorite Staff boosts gravitational sorcery, right? Whereas this other staff boosts cold sorcery. Well, I would like to use my upgraded staff, but I want to boost gravity sorceries. I don't need to cast out of this staff. I could just have it in my offhand, and as long as it is an active left-hand item, it will boost my gravitational sorceries. So I can just cast and it will do that boost already. I'll show without the boost too. As we were doing around 250 something beforehand. 317. I believe the staves are like a 10 to 15% boost. Something like that. It's kind of hard to tell on a small enemy like that, but in high-end PvP, it is really common to see these casters, these high-end wizards and high-end wizards and clerics run two staves or two finger seals, one to cast the spells of interest, or one to boost the spells of interest, and one to actually cast all the rest of the spells. Or you could cast two different spells and alternate between the two staves or two seals, depending on what you want to do. If both my Dark Glintstone staff and my Meteorite staff were at the same level of upgrade and did about the same amount of damage, had the same scaling, I could use the Meteorite staff to cast the gravity sorceries, and I could use the normal staff I would use to cast the other stuff and still get the boost in case I forget. It's a really neat, underrated tactic that more attention should be called on. It is something you can do. You are trading versatility with like a sword or dagger or something, and you are also trading defense for more power. But I recommend giving it a shot. If you need a boost in power, this is how you would get it. Alright, get better, you say. Let's see if I can do just that. Come on. Show me the singularity. Just what that spell is that keeps killing us. That's what's bundled in at the end is singularity. I'm trying to wait for him to use it so I can feel safe in attacking again, but I think he's going to try to use it when I'm vulnerable. Like, the AI scripting is for him to use it. Yeah, here it goes. Here's the staff. The spell. Okay. That's death. I wasn't far enough away and I didn't roll. You gotta roll. Like with... the singularity is technically a weapon skill and a spell put in at once. It's a combination of gravitas and like a meteor. That's essentially how I would describe it. Where gravitas is the whole stabbing the weapon into the ground, and the shockwave, the inverse gravitational shockwave comes out. You can jump over that or roll at the correct time. I don't think you can jump this. I think you have to roll. And you have to roll at the right time. For this meteorite component of the spell. Oh, I see you don't even need it to be nighttime. Good to know. For this other component of the spell, I'm not sure. The projectiles have tracking, and they come out at enough of a steady stream that if you even think about missing a dodge, that's it, game over. Yeah, you kind of have to, like, put an obstacle between yourself and the Alabaster Lord that's here. And then it's just a regular gravity well. That can be, you can simply roll through that. Or block it with your shield. Both options work great for that normal attack. The only thing the Alabaster Lord does, this particular one does that's different, it is the singularity. And I think I figured out how to defeat it. And I actually kind of need him to act first. Nope, that is death. Yep, I figured out what to do. It ain't mattering, though. It ain't mattering. We've got a good goal for when we come back, though. Which will be the, it'll be the 28th. No, I take that back. Not the 28th. And I'm not done yet. I'm just, you know, doing some planning and thinking aloud. For Wednesday, the 28th, we are... I want to say that's Blasphemous. Like, that's a Blasphemous stream that day. If you want to know more about, like, the, schedule, I have a general schedule that should be in the About Me section. I've updated it for the following 2 weeks when we resume on the 28th. And on the game schedule, I have which game we should be doing that day. Yeah, it's Blasphemous, which is what I was thinking in the back of my mind. So it'll actually be maybe even the start of the new year. Yeah, it'll be the start of the new year on January the 1st. When, we do this again. Yeah, and that was a predictable frame drop, too. I am sorry about that. Browsing and streaming is, very complicated. And it is very cumbersome. I'll try not to do that if I don't have to. What else can I say? This guy is just tough. I mean, you can definitely tell what is a modded boss from what is an unmodded boss in this game. I'll say that. I'll give this a couple of extra attempts. Have you tried talking to GPT? What does GPT stand for? Not quite at the right time. He was too close. This attempt doesn't count. This attempt does not count. I didn't get any significant progress. Generative pre-trained transformer. It's a very, very smart AI. Is that the AI that will... I'm trying to think. I've seen some streamers use this. Or, well, not this, but I've seen streamers use, like, an automated chatbot that will continue chatting. Like, it'll speak on its own, as they're the smartest as of right now. ChatGPT is the latest version optimized for talking to humans. Oh, this sounds like, this isn't the chatbot I'm thinking of. It's like a, these are 3D models, right? I've seen some, ads for this. Where, like, talk to your, simulated business partner. I'm misremembering the advertisement for sure. You can ask it anything, and it responds. If I could get that in chatbot form, that would be great. If I could key it up to the chatbot that I have now, that would be even better. Although maybe not, since that chatbot already spits out timers. Maybe not. But I think the thing I'm thinking of is definitely something else. More like a chatbot that operates based on chat algorithm? I know streamers like Oats and Goats has one, where it's like the bot will reply based on the comments already in chat room. I'm not near an obstacle. I've got to figure out a way. Is it literally just mash dodge? I hope not. And it sounds like it's just literal sleep fixer fixed my sleep by closing my PC? Ah. That must be like a... Is that a sample question or a separate statement? Making sure I haven't crossed wires somewhere. That cast animation apparently has some poise to it. Separate statement. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I've been on... Normally when I sleep, I got forced out of the conversation. What? Now you'll go to sleep? Ah, okay, okay. Thank you. Thank you so much for stopping by and talking. I really do appreciate it. It's good to have you back. And with that, I hope you enjoy your sleep. Sweet dreams. Oh, really? Are you doing it again? He could spam that? Oh, okay, I see what's going on. Sleep Fixer is your program that ensures you sleep on time? Ah, that's pretty cool. Okay. Makes sense. My apologies. I mistook that for, you leaving to do other things, although I imagine it's really late where you are. It's really cool. It has a sound effect that scares the shit out of you because it's loud. Sound effect is a quote from a video game. Sleep is not for the weak, but for the blessed. I agree. Sleeping is blessed material. Sleeping is very blessed material. Although none of my friends seem to think so, even though they all engage in it. They all joke about sleep being for the weak. It is until you realize how tired you are. If you didn't have a mortal coil to worry about, I'd probably be happy to indulge in the meme myself, but the fact of the matter is, we're human. We need sleep. Gotta have it. And humans are not nocturnal creatures by design. We are diurnal. We are daylight-driven creatures. There's a reason why when we're talking about sleep therapy, that the words circadian rhythm are very important, because it describes a sleep pattern. It prompts you to either sleep now or delay for up to 30 minutes. I need to get better about managing my own sleep, or I'm going to continue to have issues myself. I'll look into sleep timers and stuff. We're daylight creatures. Hold my beer. I can delay any number of times, but at 2 p.m. or 2 o'clock the program just closes your computer. Ah. Makes sense. Well, hey, at least it's a program you've put on your computer that does this. And it's not like your parents or someone else putting a program. It's like it's just... The spell is designed to get you to, like, run as far as possible. And I don't mind that. I have a failsafe. Good night. You have... Just open it again. I suppose. I mean... The thing about, If your circadian rhythm operates on nighttime, that's fine. No judgment. But humans, you kind of have to develop the habit for sleeping at that time. You have to have broken your circadian rhythm and have it stay broken for a really long period of time, um, in order to be awake at night and sleep during the day. Or you have to have a planetary cycle that supports this. If we were to live on the moon, for example, we wouldn't be, our circadian rhythm would be very broken. In part because humans are biologically wired to use sunlight to determine when to wake up. And normal incandescent or fluorescent bulbs do not have the same kind of effect that normal daylight has. It does work, but it's more like a very kind of groggy wake up instead of natural. I just need to, like, keep distance. This probably is a boss that pretty severely punishes melee. I am dead. Okay. We're gonna try. I know I said this probably wasn't a good call, but it is worth trying. We are going to attempt to poison it. I'm more familiar with the Warlock style of play anyway, so we're going to do that. The Warlock fortune focuses on status effects, mainly. We do lose out on standard damage, so that is a little unfortunate. As sorceries get really expensive as a Warlock, but it may be necessary to do this. We might also need, like, I don't know if poise affects the gravitational pull. I don't think it does. I'd be interested to know, and that's a vanilla thing where you can or like if you get pulled by gravity spells or gravitas, I wonder if poise or weight has an effect on it, whether inverse or normal. I'm curious about that, and I'm not sure I'm going to get an answer on it, nor do I want to look it up during the last hour and a half. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I kind of want to discuss. We need a generator of some kind, preferably one that deals, I don't know, say, physical damage, and then follow it up with poison. We're probably not going to be able to stack Scarlet Rot. That's too much of a punishment window. I don't know what other incantations we should prepare, though. Probably, let's see. Probably Blessing's Boon, and go from there. Okay, for this, what we can actually do, I'd say boost magic damage negation, but gravity sorcery deals standard damage. So we actually want physical damage negation instead. Do we have any? I don't know. I don't think so. So let's just get some more health. And let's, maybe try popping a rune arc. Maybe the extra 200 and some odd health will actually help us. And let's give this a couple of additional tries, shall we? Now, the interesting part of all this is that we don't actually have any decent offhand setups we can use. I would normally do the Sword of Night and Flame, but we don't normally build up enough status with Poison Mist for it to matter. So I'm not exactly sure. Maybe something that recovers FP might be useful? Do any of the shields have a passive effect on them? I don't think so. No. No, they do not. What else? Sorry, I'm really trying to think, and I know as a streamer, I kind of need to put my inner monologue out loud so that people understand it. But it's a bunch of ums or hmms or that's interesting. So I guess let me try to think about what I'm trying to do. So we have an Alabaster Lord who has a singularity spell capable of killing us. We don't know when he's going to cast it. We have some vague idea, but it could be at any point. He could go from a... Although he always charges in to do this. He almost always charges in to do this. Additionally, sometimes he will cast a gravity well instead. We would much prefer this. We want him out in the open so we can cast the gravity well. But we want him with an obstacle between us if Singularity is in play. Because when Singularity is in play, we die without any kind of protection. We don't want to even be thinking about how to dodge this. We need to use cover. I think that's the intended strategy for this, is we need to use the terrain in order to help. Like, help us. Oh, I know. We can use, well, that won't matter either. Gosh darn it. Attack, strain enemy stamina. That's not useful either. Just trying to think about a main hand item that works well. And technically, the Alabaster or Onyx Lords are Void and Stone. So anything that works on either of those enemy types should work. But we're trying to poison them, so it's only of marginal benefit. So we actually want something that, like, recovers FP nominally, or and is pretty light. I think let's go with the Crystal Knife and see how this works. All right. I think we have what we're looking for. It is basically we just drain them out and wait. This might be a 20-minute fight, folks. I know I said I wouldn't spend all stream on this, but this is the kind of build that takes time to get off the ground. We want to fight him near the altar, I think. Oh, and I'm dead. Actually, if we're fighting him near the altar, the health won't matter. The health won't matter. We should actually get something else that'll help us. 20-minute attempt. 2 seconds later, death. Streamer falls off the cliff. Forgets he's fighting on in a narrow graveyard with a cliff facing out past the altar. Slow claps. Okay. That's enough, you know, pantomiming the obvious memes for clickbait. Let's figure out what else we could use. Unfortunately, health is like one of the best things we can use. There really isn't much else. Maybe this is just one of those we don't have, really. The pest was sitting behind the church. Gotta reset that. I forgot that the pest sits behind the Church of the Plague. Let's try that again with 100% less screw-ups. This looks like cheese to me. But we can do it. We can use it. And if I can get you to roll off the cliff, that would be great. Come on. What? Oh, what the heck? That lasted for longer this time. I swear this guy is... I'm not gonna start molding. Don't worry. So how's everyone doing? We're all still hanging in there? Or we've gone to Dreamland to sleep sweet dreams. I hope everyone's doing all right. We will eventually take down this boss, or I will die trying. Take your pick. Come this way, good sir. Ring around the posies. Yep, that's essentially what this has turned into. Can't beat him legitimately, so I have to just cheese him this way. We are essentially just bleeding him out a little at a time. Poison is pretty slow. It does stack. That is the nice thing about this in Elden Ring Reforged. It stacks. So as you see, it starts out slow at first, but the stacks do two things. One, the stacks cause reduced resistances. Each stack pretty much reduces resistance by a certain amount, but on top of that, each stack deals its normal amount of damage over the duration. So all the stacks are kind of going to start converging on one another. They're going to deal increased damage. Well, not increased. Nice. I love getting mobbed around corners. So it is slow, but this lets us pay attention to positioning, and one of the strengths of the Warlock status build playstyle is the fact that you can focus on building up status and just dodge, like play defensive. This happens to be my preferred playstyle, and I love showing off this particular kind of style on camera because it's not really talked about. People want to be dealing damage, right? People want to be attacking with their amazing direct damage spells. But sometimes it's not possible, for whatever reason, or your skill level ain't up to snuff. You can use this playstyle instead. The only bosses this type of style won't legitimately work on are where it has been thoroughly tested for cheese, or you have phantom bosses, which are immune to all status effects. But all the phantoms in this game so far have been pretty easy to deal with. None of them have required this level of cheesing before. This is a hitless way of doing this too, I might add. And the cloud itself even does like 1 damage per second for 16 seconds. That's how long a cloud lasts, by the way. It does 1 damage per second for every second they stand in that cloud. Thank you, thank you. It feels cheap. It feels cheap to get a GG for this, but I will take the GGs where I can get them. I hate doing that, but I mean, it's there. The terrain is there. It spawns near the altar. If you're struggling to kill it some other way, you should use the terrain to your advantage, right? Like, this is a FromSoft title. You should try to use the terrain to your advantage anyway. If you can cheese something, you can bet your sweet behind that Miyazaki, if we're talking about vanilla here, has thought of it. And I betcha that Kernifer has put almost the same level of thought into the mod for the Alabaster Lord. And if this cheese weren't here, then they'd fix it, right? They would be aware of the cheese. Fair enough. Work smarter, not harder. Exactly. Exactly. And it lets us slaver over our new find. It felt cheap. I didn't want to do it. But, hey, work smarter, not harder. Alright. So our new spell is Singularity. It's a rare spell. So I was really looking forward to attaining this eventually. Pulls foes towards caster with gravity projectiles, then explodes. One of the glintstone sorceries that manipulates gravitational forces. Fires numerous gravitational projectiles. The targeted foe will be pulled toward the Singularity, a gravitational technique that the young Radon never quite perfected. In shackling the stars, the Star Scourge halted the fates of many from being realized. In turn, this sealed his own. Whoa, that is some profound text. I was not expecting this out of a custom spell. And it requires 42 intelligence? Well, I guess that means we are not casting this for a long time. But we have it. Hooray! It is done. And we can finally move on with life now. That being said, I'm going to go ahead and stick to Warlock for a little bit. We've had our fun with Sorcerer, and it is a fun time. Or Wizard, excuse me. It is a fun time, but this is Caelid, and all of our utility spells are in the incantations, not in sorceries. Sorceries are more of the... if we were to split this up into, like, an RPG group or something, your wizard would be your pure damage dealer. They have some utility, but most of their stuff's going to deal damage of some type. How much intelligence do I have? Good question. I believe we have 32 baseline. We have a fortune, which augments the stat. We also have Godric's Great Rune, but that's not active right now. So what I can actually do is just not divine a fortune at all, or select one. So right now we're running no fortunes. We don't have any stats. So we have a 31 in intelligence and a 32 in both faith and arcane, which makes sense for where we currently are in the game. Sorceries really pick up once we go to Volcano Manor in Mount Gelmir, where we have the magma sorceries we can use. Then we'll have like a full complement of damage and utility spells. Right now, we kind of have most of what we're working with, but we're missing some critical parts that help round out our utility. Whereas incantations have a little bit of everything, And we have most of what we're going to get in the current playthrough that we can reasonably cast with this build. Now, if if we weren't focusing on all three casting stats, if I picked intelligence and arcane, for example, we could actually probably reasonably cast that right now. We have enough stats in other places that if we folded them all into intelligence and arcane, we'd probably have around 45 or 42. We're right on the cusp. We would probably have just enough. Um, and the only thing about that is we would lose out on so much utility with the incantations. We get healing effects over time. We get neat tracking spells. We get buffs. We get all kinds of area of effect spells. It's pretty good. Incantations are probably the stronger of the two kinds of magic in this game. For better or for worse. Even in Elden Ring Reforged, there's just too much utility. And incantations not to get some. If you're a caster, it helps to diversify your casting portfolio and grab at least a couple incantations. Even if all you ever cast is Urgent Heal and Cure Poison, that's more. Those two spells are more than enough reason to pick up something. And if you get the more expensive spells or start putting points into Faith, you might as well just cast both kinds of magic. You might as well do that. Again, work smarter, not harder. You said it yourself. And that's pretty much what this caster build is all about. Work smart, not hard. And you'll be well rewarded for it. We need more generators. And we should probably prepare a fire spell while we are here. Where is... Yeah, Honed Bolt's the other one. Yeah, we need some fire spells while we're here. Most of the stuff in Caelid is, like, super vulnerable to it. And while Dragonfire is alright-ish, you're really much better off with a standard or traditional fire spell. That'll be much more beneficial. And then we'll pick up Rotten Breath. And heck, we can even pick up Dragon Ice. That's a pretty well-rounded kit. We'll have to tailor that down for bosses, so we're not cycling through 20 spells. But that's what the toolkit portion of our build is for. We can tailor it to what we're working with. Have an enemy weak to holy damage. That also, you also need good tracking, Golden Star. You want something with heavy explosions, Javelin of Gold. You need long-range fire damage, Frenzied Burst. Very, very useful stuff. And I love it when a good build comes together. And I would say this is... I don't know if I call it a good build. I'd call it a mediocre build. Most of the high-end builds that are in Elden Ring Reforged or in Elden Ring Vanilla hyper-focus. They really pump stats into either intelligence, strength, faith, or dexterity. And Arcane's like, you need some, you don't need it all. You need maybe 20, 30 points. And the rest could go into your damage stat. This works more as like a showcase in build utility, not necessarily build power. I'm hoping to change some minds about that. I think utility builds go too far or too long unnoticed. You just have to be willing to struggle a little bit. We struggle with power. That's like a big thing. And in FromSoft games, unlike the Soulsborne games, you want power. So we're certainly operating with an arm behind our back. Okay. Oh man, I'm doing a whole bunch of talking and not a whole bunch of playing, which is really unfortunate. Let's try to fix that soon. Uh,
Share them with share them
right, that's why I was popping items.
your thoughts.
Let's
Your
fix that
ambitions.
intelligence. Now, we can revert back to the Sword of Night and Flame. And this can be our clarifying horn charm. Okay. Neato. Let's try to make it to the mine. I was hoping to have gotten there by the time, by the time that... Oh, geez. I think I have to take a spring up. Yeah, I feel like I have to take a spring. A spirit spring up. Up to get access to the Celia mine tunnels. But, wait. No, I don't, because that's below. The Celia Crystal Tunnel's below. We'll try to park it there at the Crystal Tunnel, and next time when we play Elden Ring Reforged, which will be about a week and 5 days, between a week and 3 and a week and 5 days, I will show you one of the most infamous places in Elden Ring Reforged ever. Or, well, not ever. In Elden Ring, ever. Excuse me. The reason I have a defiant hatred. I think I'm... Oh, I'm not dead. I'm not dead. I thought I was gonna die or take damage. Don't underestimate the power of Torrent and getting a good jump. While Torrent doesn't actually help you take less fall damage if you jump to higher ground, the act of hitting higher ground than where you were going to jump may help lessen the damage you take. Okay, yeah, it was definitely below and not above. Not above the cliff. That's right. Most people's first experience with the Celia Crystal Tunnel is getting teleported here via a chest trap. We can demo that later. Okay, since it is the bottom of the hour, I will go ahead and remind people of what we were playing. So in case anyone was like, I went on a journey with this streamer, now what the hell am I looking at? We're playing a mod of Elden Ring called Elden Ring Reforged. It is for PC only, of course. So I'm sorry, console users, if you're wanting to play along, you will need a PC. Welcome back. Glad to have you back. This mod was made by Kernifer, a mod author, of which this is their only work. It is an actively ongoing, public, and continually updated mod. We are currently on patch 4.81. This is when it is the patch right after the crafting overhaul update. And for a reminder, we have all these materials here. You can take pretty much any of them and make unique materials that are then folded into the items. Normally in Elden Ring, you have to collect items and mash them together, not mix them together and then make an item. It's meant to help make crafting less tedious and more accessible. I like it. But yeah, that is what we're playing. It is a modded version of Elden Ring. Since it is the bottom of the hour, I will once again do a little bit of shilling. I won't do as much this time. If you guys like the content and you haven't done so already, feel free to leave me a follow. Make sure the notification bell's on too, so you don't miss the content. Today was actually pretty animated. We're normally a pretty relaxed stream. I am not normally bobbing and jiving around. I'm not normally you know, yelling and or being extremely raised into the mic. I am a naturally loud person, and I will need audio panels in my room eventually because I'm such a loud person, but I'm normally a lower energy, relaxed person. Today was a bit special, so I hope people got a chance to see that side of me and either loved it or didn't like it at all. Feel free to let me know at any point later. Speaking of letting me know, best way to get a hold of me is through Twitter. I'm active on Twitter. I've been a little bit less active lately, but I usually respond to DMs. If you have a Twitter account, no matter how much in the garbage bin it is, I will probably use it until I die, or until Elon Musk decides to shut down Twitter for whatever reason, because it is currently a dumpster fire. All joking aside, yeah, if you want to contact me, Twitter is the best place. When I have my Discord server up and running, provided you are at least Twitch Prime subbed, you'll be able to do that as well. PSA/a twit longer on that later. I am also part of a community Discord server called Ob10 Network. It is you access this through the red panel on the About Me section on Twitch. I share that server with a bunch of other content creators. I'm not really active there, but I do have something of a presence on there from time to time. Mostly you're there for the community, not for me. Just abide by the rules, and you'll be fine. Next time, we'll go through the Celia mine crystal, like the Celia crystal tunnels. On the 28th, I'll remind people again that I'm taking a week off. The next time I will be streaming is on the 28th of December at the same time slot. We will be playing Blasphemous, in which I will hopefully not stream to avoid this time, and we can have some nice solid attempts at Tre Augustius on New Game Plus. That is what you guys can look forward to, and I'll probably try to be a little bit more active on Twitter since I'm going to take the whole week off, starting tomorrow. Thank you guys so much for stopping by. I really appreciate all the support. I appreciate all the good conversation, the interaction, all of it. I really do. I am going to give you guys a shout out for those who are of a Romanian bent. You guys might like Bogdaho. I have not built up any rapport there in a good long while, if at all, but I figured I would probably usher some people along there. Here is the Twitch channel link for that. Hopefully I'm getting that correct. Yes, I believe they are playing a Japanese game that remakes Yakuza. So if you like Yakuza, you will like Yakuza Kiwami. That is the name of the title, and I have probably butchered it in an attempt to say it. I do apologize about that, but I digress. I'm going to go check in with my folks. I hope you guys have a wonderful holiday week. Go out, drink some eggnog, be merry, spend time under the Christmas tree, and if you're single and someone happens to be under some mistletoe and they consent, you may kiss them. Kiss them, not for me, kiss them for yourselves. On the cheek. Remember, you're kissing strangers, not loved ones. And even if they're loved ones, unless you're married to them, or you have a significant other, don't kiss them on the mouth. Be smart about mistletoe. I promise. Most people don't like the mistletoe tradition anyway, and it's been phasing out due to COVID-19. That is neither here nor there. Yeah, I look forward to seeing you guys on the 28th. And with that, I'm Coinstamp/Swirling Vortex, or Steven. You can call me either or any of those. And I will see you guys next time. You are always welcome in our hallowed storm halls. Grab a glass of mead, drink, be merry, and have fine conversation. And with that, I will see you guys next time. Take care, and bye-bye.